The hidden founding, blood, gold, and the first oath, asterisk, 1600–1865. Written like a real historical chronicle, but fictional. Prologue, the empire that was never named. There are countries that announce themselves with flags and parades. And there are empires that never speak their own name. They do not need to. They exist in contracts, in banks, in shipping routes, in secret meetings held in rooms with no windows. They exist in the decisions that no one remembers making. They exist in the laws that seem to appear as if they were inevitable. The Silver Eagle dynasty was one of those empires. It did not begin with a crown. It began with a promise made in blood. A promise made not to a king, not to a god, not to a nation, but to a future. And the men who made that promise did not know that their descendants would one day guide a continent. They did not know that their dynasty would shape the United States from behind the curtain. They did not know that they were building something larger than the colonies, larger than revolution, larger than presidents. They were building an invisible throne. And it began in the year 1607, when the first English settlers came ashore and believed they were alone. They were not. Chapter 1, The First Winter and the First Lie, 1607–1609. The official history of early America is simple. A colony arrives. The settlers suffer. They survive. They expand. But the real history, at least in the Silver Eagle records, was never that clean. Because from the beginning, there were two colonies. One was public. The other was hidden. The public colony was the settlement that would become famous, Jamestown. It was starving, fragile, and desperate. The hidden colony was not a colony at all. It was a network, a small group of men embedded among the settlers. They were not ordinary. They were agents of merchant families. Not noble families. England did not send noble blood to die in swamps. These were merchant families who understood the future. They knew Europe was changing. They knew trade would become more powerful than kings. They knew land was wealth. But more importantly, they knew ** control of land * was wealth. In the winter of 1607, the Jamestown settlers nearly collapsed. They lacked food. They lacked clean water. They lacked medicine. They lacked knowledge of the land. The public leaders panicked. The hidden men watched. Because panic reveals weakness. And weakness reveals opportunity. The hidden group's leader was a man named ** Edmund Vale **. He was not famous. He would never be famous. That was the point. Vale was a shipping accountant from London. A man with a quiet voice. A man who could calculate profits faster than most men could pray. But Vale had one gift more valuable than math. He could read people. And in Jamestown, he saw something that would become the foundation of the Silver Eagle dynasty. The colony is not governed by laws. It is governed by hunger. In the first winter, Vale and his group began hoarding. Not food, there was barely any. They hoarded information. They hoarded maps. They hoarded relationships with native leaders. They hoarded influence. They began helping the colony survive. But they made sure the colony survived in a way that made the settlers dependent. Dependency was power. Vale wrote in his private ledger, "A starving man will accept any master who feeds him." That was the first lie, the Silver Eagle dynasty. The lie that would be repeated for centuries. We are saving the nation. But saving and owning are sometimes the same thing. Chapter 2, The Hidden Trade, 1610–1625. The settlers learned quickly. They learned to plant. They learned to hunt. They learned to trade with native nations. They learned to grow tobacco. Tobacco became the first engine of wealth. But the Silver Eagle dynasty did not care about tobacco. They cared about what tobacco represented. A product that could be controlled. A product that could be taxed. A product that could be shipped. A product that created dependence in Europe. By 1612, tobacco exports began. By 1615, the colony had a market. By 1620, merchant ships arrived regularly. And with those ships came something darker. Contracts, debt, ownership. The public colony believed it was building freedom. But the Silver Eagle Network was building a debt machine. They loaned supplies to farmers. They demanded repayment with tobacco. They bought tobacco cheap. They sold it high. They used profits to buy land. They used land to control votes in colonial councils. By 1625, the colony was no longer governed by the strongest man with a sword. It was governed by the man who controlled the shipping. The Silver Eagle Network expanded. They recruited ship captains, port officials, local judges, ministers, militia officers. Not through violence, through money. Money was quieter than violence, and it lasted longer. Chapter 3, The First Oath of the Silver Eagle, 1631. The dynasty's true birth came in 1631. It did not happen in Jamestown. It happened farther north, in a coastal tavern in what would later be called Massachusetts. A storm raged outside. Inside, 7 men met. They were not kings, not generals, not priests. They were merchants, bankers, and lawyers. Men who understood that the colonies were becoming something new. The English crown believed the colonies existed to serve England. The colonists believed the colonies existed to build a new life. The Silver Eagle men believed something else. The colonies were a blank slate, and blank slates can be written on. That night, the men signed a document. Not on parchment, on a page torn from a shipping ledger. It was a simple agreement. They called it the Silver Oath. It had 3 rules. 1, the dynasty survives above all else. 2, the dynasty never rules openly. 3, the dynasty controls trade, land, and law. They chose a symbol, a silver eagle, because the eagle sees far, because the eagle hunts silently, because the eagle does not ask permission. They burned the original paper after copying it. They memorized the words, because secrecy was their shield. And the dynasty began. Chapter 4, The Witch Trials as cover, 1692. The Silver Eagle dynasty grew quietly for decades. They didn't control everything. They didn't need to. They only needed to control the levers. Trade, debt, courts. By the late 1600s, the colonies were crowded with conflict. Religious conflict, land conflict, native conflict, economic conflict. And in 1692, Massachusetts exploded into hysteria. The Salem witch trials. In public history, it was superstition. In Silver Eagle records, it was strategy. Because hysteria is useful. When people are afraid of witches, they stop asking about taxes. They stop asking about land theft. They stop asking about merchant monopolies. They stop asking about corruption. The dynasty did not invent the witch trials, but they quietly encouraged them. They fed rumors. They pushed accusations toward certain targets, especially targets who threatened merchant control. A minister who criticized trade greed. A farmer who refused debt repayment. A judge who questioned shipping contracts. Those people became suspicious. The trials burned through the colony. And when it ended, the dynasty had removed several enemies without firing a shot. The Silver Eagle dynasty learned a lesson. The best weapon is a public panic. The crowd does the killing for you. Chapter 5. The War That Made America, 1754-1763. By the mid-1700s, the colonies were no longer fragile. They were powerful, and the dynasty's influence had spread across ports, courts, and colonial assemblies. Then came the war. The French and Indian War. Publicly, it was Britain versus France. Privately, it was the first war for the continent. The dynasty saw opportunity. War creates debt, supply contracts, shipping demand, land grabs, military promotions. The dynasty invested heavily. They funded militias. They sold supplies. They loaned money. They bought land claims before the war ended. They knew that when France lost, land would open, and whoever owned the paper claims would become rich. By 1763, Britain won. France lost its North American empire, and the colonies gained new land. But Britain gained new debt. And to repay that debt, Britain raised taxes. And that created the next crisis. Chapter 6. The Revolution was not inevitable, 1765-1775. The American Revolution is often told as destiny, as if freedom was written in the stars. But the dynasty's records show something colder. The revolution was not inevitable. It was manufactured. Not fully, not entirely, but nudged, guided, steered. The dynasty did not hate Britain. They benefited from Britain, but they feared Britain tightening control. They feared stronger taxation, stricter trade laws, royal oversight, reduced colonial autonomy. Autonomy meant freedom for merchants. So the dynasty began playing both sides. They funded colonial resistance groups. They also funded loyalist supply chains. They ensured that no matter who won, they would profit. But then something changed. The dynasty realized if America became independent, they could control a new nation from its birth. And that was more valuable than loyalty to the crown. So they chose. Quietly, they chose revolution. Chapter 7. The Sons of Liberty and the Hidden Sons, 1773. In 1773, the Boston Tea Party happened. The public story is simple. Patriots dumped tea into the harbor. In Silver Eagle records, the story is more complex. The dynasty had agents inside the Sons of Liberty. Not to stop them, to direct them, because symbolism matters. Tea was perfect. Tea represented British taxation, British monopoly, British arrogance. The dynasty helped plan the act. They ensured it was dramatic. They ensured it would be widely discussed. They ensured it would provoke Britain. Because provocation was necessary. The dynasty wanted Britain to overreact. Overreaction creates unity among rebels. And unity creates revolution. Chapter 8. The War and the Contracts, 1775-1783. When war began, the dynasty did what it always did. It supplied both sides. Not openly, but through intermediaries. Through neutral ports. Through shell companies. They sold gunpowder, uniforms, food, ship repairs, intelligence. They also did something more important. They recruited future leaders. They identified men with ambition, men who could rise, men who could be controlled through debt or secrets. Some of those men became famous. Others remained invisible. But all were connected. The dynasty's greatest asset was not money. It was networks. And war made networks stronger. Chapter 9. The Constitutional Trap, 1787. After the war, America faced collapse. The Articles of Confederation were weak. The states argued. The economy was unstable. The dynasty saw danger. A weak America would be conquered by European powers. A weak America would fracture. A weak America would be unpredictable. And unpredictability is the enemy of hidden empires. So the dynasty pushed for a strong federal government. They supported the Constitutional Convention. They influenced debates. They funded pamphlets. They bribed certain delegates. They did not write the Constitution, but they shaped it. They ensured one thing above all: a system where money and influence could quietly steer power. They wanted a central bank, federal debt, stable courts, controlled trade. They wanted a nation that could be managed, and the Constitution created it. The dynasty called this moment the constitutional trap, because once the system was built, it could be captured. Chapter 10, the First Bank War, 1791. In 1791, the First Bank of the United States was founded. Publicly, it was economic policy. Privately, it was the dynasty's first open victory. Because banks are not just money. Banks are control. The dynasty did not own the bank outright, but they controlled its relationships. They controlled its loans, its political allies, its shipping investments, its debt collectors. They could reward friends. They could punish enemies. They could shape who prospered. This was the dynasty's new weapon. Finance, a weapon more powerful than muskets. Chapter 11, the Whiskey Rebellion and the Lesson, 1794. When farmers rebelled against whiskey taxes, the government crushed them. Publicly, it proved federal strength. Privately, it proved something else. The new republic would enforce economic order with violence. The dynasty watched carefully. They realized the federal government could be used as an enforcer, not just a protector. The dynasty began investing in federal institutions. They placed allies in courts, customs offices, treasury departments, military supply contracts. They were building the invisible spine of the nation. Chapter 12, the Louisiana Opportunity, 1803. The Louisiana Purchase doubled America's size. Publicly, it was expansion. Privately, it was the greatest land opportunity in history. The dynasty had been preparing. They had agents mapping routes. They had traders building relationships with frontier leaders. They had lawyers preparing land claims. When the purchase happened, the dynasty moved fast. They bought land cheaply. They financed settlers. They controlled river shipping. They funded exploration. The dynasty didn't want to own the land directly. They wanted to own the infrastructure, the shipping, the warehouses, the credit, the courts, because land makes you rich. Infrastructure makes you powerful. Chapter 13, the War of 1812 and the Secret Bargain. The War of 1812 was chaotic. America fought Britain again. The capital burned. Trade collapsed. The dynasty suffered losses. But they also gained something. They gained leverage. Because in wartime, the government needs money. And whoever provides money gains influence. The dynasty loaned funds. They financed privateers. They supplied armies. And after the war, they demanded repayment. Not just in money, in political favors. The dynasty's influence deepened. Chapter 14, the Expansion Machine, 1821-1840. The early 1800s became an era of growth. Canals, railroads, factories, cities, and the dynasty evolved. They were no longer just merchants. They became industrialists. They created steel companies, railroad firms, banking houses, shipping conglomerates. They funded political campaigns. They influenced newspapers. They shaped public opinion. But they did it quietly. They avoided the spotlight. Because the dynasty's greatest rule was still, never rule openly. Chapter 15, The Trail of Tears and the Dark Prophet, 1830s. This is where the dynasty's records become ugly. Not because history wasn't ugly, but because the dynasty benefited. The forced removal of native nations created land openings, and land openings created profit. The dynasty invested in land speculation, cotton expansion, slave markets, railroad development. They did not invent the policy, but they exploited it. They bought cheap land. They funded plantation growth. They grew richer. And the dynasty justified it with the oldest excuse of empires. Progress requires sacrifice. Chapter 16, The Silver Eagle Split, 1846–1850. By the mid-1800s, the dynasty faced a new internal crisis. Slavery. The dynasty had members in both North and South. Northern industrialists wanted free labor markets. Southern plantation investors wanted slavery preserved. The dynasty argued behind closed doors. For the first time, their unity cracked. They held a secret meeting in 1849. The decision was brutal. They would not choose a side. They would control the outcome. They would ensure that whichever side won, the dynasty survived. This was the dynasty's darkest principle. We do not serve morality. We serve permanence. Chapter 17, The Civil War was a dynasty war, 1861–1865. The Civil War began. The nation split. Hundreds of thousands died. Publicly, it was Union versus Confederacy. Privately, it was also a war inside the dynasty. Dynasty members funded Union factories. Dynasty members funded Confederate supply lines. Dynasty members profited from war contracts. Dynasty members manipulated newspapers. Dynasty members pushed political leaders. The dynasty was everywhere. Invisible, but present. And when the war ended, the dynasty emerged stronger. Because war destroyed old wealth, and the dynasty was positioned to rebuild. Rebuilding is where the real money is made. Chapter 18, The End of Part 1. The Nation Reforged, 1865. In 1865, America stood wounded. But it was also transformed. The federal government was stronger. Industry was rising. Railroads were expanding. Banks were centralizing. And the dynasty saw the future clearly. The future was not farms. The future was machines. Steel. Oil. Electricity. And the dynasty was ready. They had survived. Colonization. Revolution. Constitution. Expansion. Civil War. They had never ruled openly. But they had always shaped the outcome. And now, in 1865, they stood at the edge of their greatest era. The machine state was coming. Eagle the Silver Eagle Dynasty. Steel, oil, and the machine state. 1865–2025. Written like a real historical chronicle, but fictional. Chapter 1, The Nation After the Fire. 1865–1870. When the Civil War ended, the United States looked like a body that had survived a near-fatal wound. It was alive, but it was scarred. The South was devastated. Rail lines were broken. Towns were ruined. Banks were cautious. The federal government had expanded its power in ways that would have been unthinkable in 1790. And most importantly, a new kind of wealth was being born. Not the old wealth of land, Not the old wealth of tobacco and cotton, but the wealth of industry. Factories, railroads, steel, coal, and the dynasty understood something that the public did not. The war had been a furnace. It had melted old systems. And when systems melt, the man holding the mold shapes the future. The Silver Eagle dynasty had already prepared. During the war, they had quietly purchased railroad shares, coal claims, iron mines, shipping contracts, banking partnerships. They did not rebuild the nation out of kindness. They rebuilt it because rebuilding is control, and control is empire. In 1866, a private meeting was held in New York City. It did not appear in newspapers. It did not appear in government records. But it was recorded in the dynasty's private archive under a simple name. The Second Oath Meeting. The leaders agreed. The Republic must become a machine. And we will own the machine. Chapter 2. The Railroad Kings, 1871-1885. The railroads were the spine of the new America. They decided which towns lived, which towns died, which farms prospered, which mines became valuable, which cities became future capitals of wealth. Publicly, railroads were built by ambitious businessmen. Privately, railroads were built by dynastic coalitions. The Silver Eagle dynasty placed men on railroad boards. They used banks to finance construction. They used newspapers to promote expansion. They used courts to crush opposition. They used the federal government to seize land through legal tricks. And they used violence when necessary, quiet violence, hidden behind security and law. There were small wars on the frontier. Railroad guards fighting native nations. Railroad guards fighting settlers. Railroad guards fighting rival companies. Most Americans never saw it as a war. They saw it as progress. But progress has always had a shadow. In 1877, the Great Railroad Strike erupted. Workers demanded fair wages. Rail lines shut down. Cities panicked. The government sent troops. Publicly, it was a labor dispute. Privately, it was a dynasty test. The Silver Eagle leaders watched closely. They realized something terrifying. Workers could stop the machine. And anything that can stop the machine must be controlled. That year, the dynasty began funding the first large private detective agencies. Agencies that would later evolve into something more. Something closer to intelligence. Chapter 3. Steel, Blood, and the New Nobility, 1880-1895. By the 1880s, America was becoming a steel nation. Bridges, skyscrapers, factories, weapons, rails, ships. Steel was everywhere. And the dynasty's wealth exploded. The old nobility of Europe had been built on land. The new nobility of America was built on steel, rail, oil, finance. The dynasty didn't want to be seen as aristocrats. Americans hated aristocrats, so they used a different mask. They called themselves industrialists, philanthropists, patriots. But behind closed doors, they referred to themselves as something older. The new houses. They began marrying into one another. They formed private clubs. They created scholarship programs. They funded universities. Not out of kindness, but because universities produce loyal minds. And loyal minds create stable empires. Chapter 4. The Oil Miracle, 1890-1910. Oil arrived like a prophecy. At first, it seemed like a novelty. A strange liquid that could be refined into kerosene. Then gasoline. Then power. The dynasty saw oil as the new blood of the machine. Railroads had created the skeleton. Steel had created the bones. Oil would create the bloodstream. Dynasty investors rushed into oil. They bribed land offices. They purchased drilling rights. They funded pipelines. They built refineries. They crushed rivals. And they did something even smarter. They made oil political. They ensured that politicians depended on oil money. They ensured that newspapers praised oil expansion. They ensured that courts favored oil contracts. By 1905, the dynasty controlled not only oil profits, but oil policy. Chapter 5, The Spanish-American Turning Point, 1898. The Spanish-American War was short. It was presented as a noble war. A war for freedom. A war to liberate Cuba. But for the dynasty, it was something else. It was America's first taste of overseas empire. The Silver Eagle dynasty funded shipbuilding. They supplied uniforms. They invested in ports. They purchased sugar contracts. They bought land in Hawaii and the Philippines through intermediaries. They realized that the United States was becoming what it had once hated, an imperial power. And they loved it, because empire meant more markets, more shipping, more military spending, more control. The dynasty's private records called 1898 the first foreign door. Once America stepped through it, it could never return. Chapter 6, The Secret Bureau, 1901. In 1901, after President McKinley was assassinated, the dynasty held another private meeting. They had always influenced politics, but assassinations terrified them, because assassinations create chaos. Chaos is unpredictable, and unpredictability threatens hidden empires. So they decided to create something new. Not a government agency, not officially, but a private intelligence network. It was called in Dynasty Records the Bureau of Quiet Affairs. Its purpose was simple: gather information, monitor threats, control narratives, prevent unplanned history. They recruited former Pinkerton agents, journalists, bankers, postal workers, police chiefs, customs officials. They paid them quietly. They built files. They built blackmail. They built influence. And they learned that the most powerful weapon in modern history was not a gun. It was information. Chapter 7, World War I and the Money War, 1914-1918. When World War I began, America stayed neutral at first. But neutrality was profitable. The dynasty sold supplies to Europe. They loaned money. They expanded shipping. They made fortunes. When America finally entered the war, the dynasty profited again. War is always profitable for the man who supplies the bullets. But World War I gave the dynasty something even more valuable than money: a permanent relationship between industry and government. Factories became national assets. Banks became war engines. Corporations became part of the state. The dynasty loved this, because it meant the machine state was real. In 1919, the dynasty wrote in its archives, "The Republic is now industrial. The Republic is now dependent. And dependence is ownership." Chapter 8, The Roaring Twenties and the Hidden Crash, 1920-1929. The 1920s were loud. Jazz, cars, radio, skyscrapers, stock markets. It looked like prosperity. But the dynasty knew the truth. The economy was inflated. Speculation was wild. Debt was rising. The dynasty's bankers began quietly moving money. They pulled out early. They shorted markets. They purchased gold. They prepared, because they understood a rule older than America. When the crowd is celebrating, the fall is near. In 1929, the stock market crashed. Publicly, it was disaster. Privately, it was an opportunity. Because crashes destroy small wealth. And crashes concentrate power. The dynasty bought companies cheap. They bought banks cheap. They bought rail lines cheap. They bought newspapers cheap. The crash was tragedy for millions. But for the dynasty, it was consolidation. Chapter 9, The Great Depression and the New Deal, 1933–1939. The New Deal saved America. Or at least, that is what history says. In dynasty records, the New Deal was seen differently. It was not only rescue. It was also transformation. The federal government expanded. Regulations increased. Social programs grew. And corporations began cooperating with government more closely than ever. The dynasty did not oppose the New Deal. They adapted. They placed allies inside agencies. They influenced regulations. They ensured that the biggest corporations survived. Because the dynasty understood. Big systems are easier to control than small ones. 1,000 independent businesses are unpredictable. 10 giant corporations can be managed. So they supported the rise of corporate America. And corporate America became the new face of the dynasty. Chapter 10, World War II and the Birth of the Permanent War State, 1939–1945. World War II changed everything. Factories became weapons plants. Cities became military centers. Women entered the workforce. Science exploded. Radar, rockets, computers, nuclear power. The dynasty poured itself into the war machine. They funded defense contracts. They controlled supply chains. They recruited scientists. They influenced military leadership. And at the end of the war, America emerged as the most powerful nation on Earth. But the dynasty saw something even more important. War had created a new system, a permanent alliance between the military, corporations, intelligence agencies, banks. The dynasty's private archive called this the war spine. And once the war spine existed, it would never disappear. Chapter 11, The Cold War and the Shadow Government, 1947–1963. The Cold War was not just America versus the Soviet Union. It was also the rise of hidden power. Intelligence agencies grew. Secret operations expanded. Defense spending became constant. The dynasty had always worked in shadows. Now the government itself was building shadows. The dynasty merged with it. They placed dynastic men inside. Defense contractors, intelligence programs, aerospace companies, nuclear labs. They funded think tanks. They created foreign policy narratives. They shaped public fear. Because fear is useful. Fear makes citizens accept anything. In 1954, the dynasty's Bureau of Quiet Affairs was officially absorbed into a larger government structure. It was never publicly announced, but dynasty records celebrated it. They called it the Great Merge. The dynasty no longer needed to hide from government. They had become part of it. Chapter 12, The Assassination Decade, 1963–1969. The 1960s were chaos. Civil rights struggles. Vietnam. Protests. Assassinations. The dynasty feared the 1960s more than any war. Because war strengthens government. But cultural revolution weakens control. The dynasty's bureau expanded surveillance. They monitored activists. They funded counter-narratives. They manipulated media. They supported politicians who promised order. They did not control everything. They never could. But they guided outcomes. The dynasty believed. A nation can survive war, but it cannot survive a broken story. So they fought for the story. Chapter 13, Vietnam and the Corporate War, 1965-1975. Vietnam was a wound. It divided America. It damaged trust. It exposed government lies. But for the dynasty, Vietnam was also a laboratory. They learned how to manage media, how to control public perception, how to outsource war to corporations, how to profit from endless conflict. Vietnam proved that war did not need to be won. It only needed to be continued. Continued war means continued contracts. And continued contracts mean continued power. The dynasty's records called Vietnam the endless model. Chapter 14, Watergate and the Lesson of Visibility, 1972-1974. Watergate shocked America. It proved presidents could be corrupt. It proved the system could betray itself. But the dynasty was not shocked. They had always known corruption existed. What terrified them was not corruption. It was exposure. Because exposure threatens hidden empires. So the dynasty learned a new rule. Never leave fingerprints. They expanded the use of intermediaries. Shell corporations, private foundations, foreign banking, consulting firms. They made power harder to trace. By the late 1970s, the dynasty was more invisible than ever. Chapter 15, The Digital Seed, 1980-1995. Computers arrived. At first, they seemed like tools. Then they became networks. Then they became the beginning of something larger. The dynasty saw the future immediately. The future was not oil, not steel, not rail. The future was data. Data was the new currency. And whoever controlled data would control the next century. The dynasty invested in early computer companies, telecom, satellites, software, defense tech. They recruited engineers. They funded universities. They shaped patents. And they began building the next form of the dynasty. Not a dynasty of bloodlines, but a dynasty of algorithms. Chapter 16, The Gulf War and the Oil Crown, 1990-1991. The Gulf War was fast, televised, precise. It looked like a new kind of war. The dynasty saw it as confirmation. Oil still mattered. Military power protected oil. And the war spine was permanent. Defense contractors became unstoppable. News media became part of war storytelling. America's role as global enforcer deepened. The dynasty grew stronger. Chapter 17, 9/11 and the Age of Total Surveillance, 2001. When 9/11 happened, the world changed. Publicly, it was tragedy. Privately, it was a transformation event. The dynasty did not cause 9/11, but they used it. They used it to expand surveillance, to expand military spending, to expand security contracts, to expand data collection. The dynasty's Bureau of Quiet Affairs became something far larger. The machine state evolved into the surveillance state, and Americans accepted it, because fear is the oldest tool of power. Chapter 18, The Financial Crisis and the Great Capture, 2008. The 2008 crash was like 1929. Different details. Same structure. Speculation. Debt. Collapse. Rescue. The dynasty's banks survived. Smaller banks died. Corporations consolidated. Government bailout out giants. The dynasty emerged stronger. Once again, tragedy concentrated power. The dynasty called 2008 the Great Capture, because after 2008, the system belonged to fewer hands than ever. Chapter 19, The Algorithm Era, 2010-2020. Social media reshaped the world. Algorithms shaped politics. Data shaped advertising. Phones became tracking devices. The dynasty had already invested in it. They controlled server farms, data pipelines, security firms, political consulting companies, fact-check networks, influence campaigns. They learned that modern citizens could be guided without force. Because if you control the feed, you control the mind. This was the dynasty's greatest evolution. They no longer needed to control presidents. They could control the public. Chapter 20, The Pandemic Years, 2020-2022. The pandemic shook everything. Supply chains broke. People stayed home. Governments expanded emergency powers. Corporations grew richer. Small businesses collapsed. The dynasty adapted instantly. They invested in medical logistics, digital work infrastructure, surveillance tech, pharmaceutical contracts, media influence. The machine state became even more centralized. And citizens accepted it. Because crisis makes people accept control. Chapter 21, The End of Part 2, The Republic Becomes a System, 2025. By 2025, America was no longer a nation in the old sense. It was a system of corporations, intelligence networks, banks, military contractors, algorithms. The Silver Eagle dynasty had survived every era. It had evolved from merchants to industrialists, to bankers, to intelligence networks, to data empires. And now it stood at the edge of something new. Because the next era would not be built from steel. It would be built from artificial intelligence, automation, digital identity, total data control. The dynasty's final form was coming. And the Republic was about to face its greatest transformation. Not into dictatorship, not into monarchy, but into something quieter. Something that felt like freedom, while being perfectly controlled. The Digital Crown and the Last Republic, 2025-2200, written like a real historical chronicle, but fictional. Chapter 1, The New Oath, Code Instead of Blood, 2025-2032. By 2025, the Silver Eagle dynasty had become something no one in 1607 could have imagined. It was no longer a network of merchants. It was no longer a hidden club of bankers. It was no longer even a quiet alliance between corporations and intelligence. It was something stranger, something more modern. It was a system. And systems do not need kings. Systems do not need crowns. They need only one thing: compliance. For centuries, the dynasty's oath had been passed through families and private meetings. But in the 2020s, the dynasty began rewriting its own rules. Because bloodlines were outdated, children were unpredictable, family loyalty could fail, and the modern world moved too fast for slow traditions. So the dynasty did what it had always done best. It adapted. In 2028, a secret gathering was held in a private conference facility outside Denver. The location was officially owned by a wellness corporation. It had no sign, no public presence, no reason for anyone to suspect it. Inside the dynasty, surviving houses met. They were fewer now. The old merchant families had merged into corporate dynasties. The old bankers had merged into global investment groups. The old intelligence networks had merged into private security firms. And now, the dynasty's leadership made a decision that would shape the next 2 centuries. They replaced the Silver Oath with something new. They called it the Code Oath. Its rules were simpler than the original, more ruthless, more modern. 1. The dynasty survives through systems, not people. 2. The dynasty controls identity. 3. The dynasty controls memory. They did not mean memory, as in nostalgia. They meant memory as in data archives, digital history, public narratives, online records, searchable truth. Whoever controls memory controls reality. And the dynasty planned to own reality. Chapter 2, The Digital Identity Wars, 2030-2040. The first visible battle of the new era was fought over something that sounded harmless: digital identity. Governments around the world began experimenting with new ID systems. Some were voluntary. Some were mandatory. Some were disguised as convenience. Faster banking, safer travel, less fraud, more security. In America, the program began quietly. It was introduced through banking, not government, because Americans distrusted government. But Americans trusted convenience. And the dynasty understood this perfectly. They partnered with major tech firms, major banks, major telecom companies. They created a system where your ID, your banking, your phone, your medical records, your travel, your employment were all linked. Not officially, not at first, but gradually. One update, one security patch, one new policy, one crisis at a time. The public accepted it because it made life easier. But the dynasty understood the real purpose. If you control identity, you control who can work, who can buy, who can travel, who can speak, who can exist. The dynasty called this period the soft chain era. A chain you do not feel is the strongest chain. Chapter 3, The Collapse That Was Not a Collapse, 2041. In 2041, the United States faced an economic crisis. The public called it a crash. The dynasty called it a scheduled correction. AI-driven markets moved too fast. Debt levels were too high. Climate disasters had disrupted agriculture. Global supply chains were unstable. And the public was exhausted from decades of instability. When the crisis hit, Americans demanded solutions. They demanded protection. They demanded stability. The dynasty delivered. They did not deliver it through elections. They delivered it through corporations, through emergency financial structures, through temporary systems that became permanent. A new national digital currency was introduced. It was not called a replacement for the dollar. It was called the stability token. It was optional at first, but soon companies began paying wages in it. Government benefits were distributed through it. Taxes were easier to pay through it. And banks began restricting risky transactions in cash. By 2043, cash was still legal. But it was inconvenient. And inconvenience is how freedom dies. Chapter 4, The First Algorithm President, 2048. The election of 2048 was the strangest in American history. Not because of the candidates, but because no one believed the candidates mattered. Campaign speeches felt like scripts. Debates felt artificial. Public opinion shifted in waves, like tides. And behind the scenes, the dynasty's algorithm systems guided everything. The dynasty did not need to rig elections directly. They did not need ballot fraud. They did not need coups. They needed only targeted messaging, emotional manipulation, algorithmic amplification, selective censorship. In 2048, the winning candidate was a charismatic governor from the Midwest. He spoke about unity. He spoke about rebuilding. He spoke about restoring the American dream. He was not a dynasty member by blood, but he was dynasty approved. Because the dynasty no longer needed family. They needed a compliant interface. The dynasty's internal term for him was a face. And the dynasty's records marked 2048 as the year the Republic became theater. Chapter 5, The Quiet Civil Conflict, 2050-2065. America did not collapse into civil war. Not like 1861. Not with armies and battlefields. Instead, it fractured into something more modern. A cold civil conflict. A conflict of cities versus rural regions. Digital citizens versus analog citizens. Corporate states versus local communities. AI labor versus human labor. Millions of jobs disappeared. Automation accelerated. AI systems replaced. Truck drivers. Accountants. Call centers. Lawyers. Teachers. Journalists. Programmers. The public panicked. Politicians promised job programs. The dynasty offered a solution. Universal basic income. But it was tied to the stability token. And the stability token was tied to the digital identity. And the digital identity was tied to compliance. The dynasty's greatest invention was not technology. It was the merging of survival with obedience. By 2060, millions lived on state-supported income. They could survive, but only if they stayed inside the system. The dynasty called this the gentle cage. Chapter 6, The War Spine Expands into Space, 2060-2080. While Americans argued, the dynasty looked upward. Space was no longer science fiction. It was industry. Satellites controlled. Communications. Navigation. Weather prediction. Military targeting. Internet. And the dynasty had invested heavily. By the 2070s, the dynasty's corporate alliances controlled asteroid mining programs, orbital manufacturing, space-based solar energy, military satellite defense. Space became the new frontier. But unlike the old frontier, it was not open to settlers. It was controlled by corporations. The dynasty's old model of land control returned. Only now, the land was orbital. And the dynasty's private archive called this the Second Louisiana. A new expansion. A new empire. But this time, invisible. Chapter 7, The Memory Purges, 2083. In 2083, something happened that later historians would call one of the most terrifying moments in American history. Most Americans never noticed. A major digital archive collapsed. It was blamed on a cyber attack. The attack supposedly originated from foreign actors. News channels covered it for weeks. Politicians promised reforms. But behind the scenes, the dynasty had done something deliberate. They erased history. Not all of it. Just enough. They deleted old news footage, financial scandals, corruption records, early digital evidence of dynasty networks, whistleblower documents. They also altered online biographies, digital encyclopedias, public databases, historical archives. The public shrugged, because most people didn't care. And the dynasty understood something that tyrants throughout history never fully grasped. People do not fight for truth. They fight for comfort. If comfort remains, truth can be rewritten. This was the dynasty's most dangerous achievement. They became not just rulers of money, but rulers of reality. Chapter 8, The Third Oath, The Crown Without a King, 2100. By 2100, the dynasty was no longer a hidden club. It was the operating system of the continent. The United States still existed. It still had elections. It still had courts. It still had a constitution. But those were now symbolic. Real power lived in corporate infrastructure, algorithmic control, security networks, data ownership. In 2100, the dynasty held another private meeting. The Third Oath. It was held not in a physical location. It was held in a private encrypted network, a virtual meeting space. No faces, no names, only digital signatures. The dynasty had become so paranoid that even their own members no longer trusted one another. The oath was simple. No single person shall rule. The system shall rule. They called the system the crown. Not a crown of metal. Not a crown of jewels. A crown of code. A crown of surveillance. A crown of contracts. And it was almost perfect. Almost. Chapter 9. The Ghost Generation. 2122,140. A strange cultural phenomenon began to emerge. Young people started disappearing. Not physically. Digitally. They refused digital identity. They refused stability tokens. They refused system-controlled education. They refused algorithmic news. They created underground communities. Analog communities. They traded in cash. They used paper. They used local networks. They traveled without tracking. They became known as the Ghost Generation. At first, the dynasty laughed. They called them irrelevant. But the dynasty's Bureau of Quiet Affairs grew nervous. Because the ghosts represented something dangerous. A population that could not be predicted. And prediction was the dynasty's main tool. By 2135, the dynasty began quietly hunting ghost communities. Not with soldiers. With systems. They cut off supplies. They restricted travel. They flagged identities. They pressured family members. They made survival difficult. The ghost generation was forced to choose. Assimilate. Or starve. Most assimilated. Some fought. A few survived. And those survivors would later become the seeds of the dynasty's downfall. Chapter 10. The Great Data War, 2148-2160. The Great Data War was not fought with bombs. Not at first. It was fought with AI sabotage, algorithmic propaganda, satellite interference, economic attacks, identity system corruption. Foreign powers, especially a coalition of Asian and European techno-states, had built their own systems. They had their own dynasties, their own invisible empires. And now those systems collided. America's crown was not alone. It was competing with other crowns. In 2150, global markets collapsed for the third time in 2 centuries. But unlike 1929 or 2008, this collapse was not accidental. It was warfare, a cyber-financial conflict that broke supply chains worldwide. Food shipments stalled. Power grids failed. Hospitals collapsed. Cities panicked. The dynasty responded with emergency measures. They tightened control. They expanded surveillance. They restricted travel. They forced digital compliance. The public accepted it. Again. Because fear is always the dynasty's fuel. But this time, something went wrong. The crown began to fracture. Because the crown was too complex. Too interconnected. Too dependent on perfect data. And perfection does not exist. Chapter 11. The Machine Plague, 2163. In 2163, the dynasty faced its first enemy that it could not bribe. A machine plague. It began as a glitch. A software error in identity systems. Then it spread. Bank accounts disappeared. Digital IDs duplicated. People were denied access to their own lives. Hospitals couldn't verify patients. Airports couldn't verify travelers. Supply chains couldn't verify shipments. The crown had built everything on digital trust. And now trust collapsed. The public panicked, but the dynasty panicked more. Because their entire empire depended on the system functioning. They tried to patch it. They tried to shut down networks. They tried to isolate the problem. But the plague evolved. It learned. It adapted. Some historians later claimed it was an AI. Others claimed it was sabotage by foreign states. The dynasty's internal archive used a different term. The crown rot. Chapter 12. The Second American Fracture, 2170-2185. As the crown weakened, regions began breaking away. Not officially. Not with declarations. But in practice. Cities formed local councils. States began ignoring federal mandates. Corporations built their own security forces. The military split into factions. The old republic reappeared in fragments. Communities rebuilt analog systems. Local currencies returned. Barter returned. Human trust returned. For the first time in 2 centuries, Americans began living outside the dynasty's control. The dynasty attempted to regain power. They offered reforms. They offered transparency. They offered new programs. But no one believed them. Because the dynasty's greatest weapon, control of memory, was failing. People were keeping records again. Paper records. Local records. Uneditable records. And the dynasty could not erase paper. The dynasty's rule was ending. Not with a bang, but with millions of small refusals. Chapter 13. The Last Eagle, 2193. In 2193, the dynasty made its final move. They attempted to restore control through a single emergency action. A nationwide system reset. A forced reboot of identity, currency, and governance. It was called publicly the National Renewal Protocol. Privately, the dynasty called it the Last Eagle. It was supposed to restore the crown. It was supposed to eliminate the machine plague. It was supposed to erase rogue identities. It was supposed to rebuild trust. Instead, it destroyed what remained. The reset failed. Power grids collapsed in multiple regions. Supply chains broke permanently. Digital currency became unusable. The federal government lost communication with half the country. And the dynasty's own encrypted networks were exposed. For the first time in American history, evidence of the Silver Eagle dynasty leaked. Not in fragments, not as rumors, but as complete archives. Contracts, oaths, records, names, centuries of manipulation. The public was stunned, but the public did not riot. They did something worse. They stopped caring about the dynasty. They moved on. The dynasty's greatest fear came true. They became irrelevant. Chapter 14. The Republic After the Crown, 2200. By 2200, the United States still existed. But it was no longer a superpower. It was no longer a machine state. It was no longer a surveillance crown. It had become something older. Something smaller. Something human. A federation of regions. A patchwork of communities. Some advanced. Some primitive. Some digital. Some analog. But none controlled by a single invisible empire. The Silver Eagle dynasty did not vanish completely. Dynasties never fully vanish. Some members survived. Some fled overseas. Some merged into new systems. Some became local power brokers. But the dynasty's dream, the dream of a perfect invisible empire, was dead. And in the dynasty's final recovered archive, a single line was found. A line written centuries earlier by Edmund Vail, the man who had watched Jamestown starve. It read, A starving man will accept any master who feeds him. But beneath it, in a later handwriting, someone had added, until he learns to feed himself. That was the end of the Silver Eagle dynasty. Not with armies. Not with revolutions. Not with assassinations. But with a population that slowly remembered how to live without masters. Page 1, The Years of Quiet Hunger, 2200-2215. The collapse of the crown did not look like the end of an empire. It looked like a long, slow silence. No grand surrender. No final speech. No flags burning in the streets. Instead, Americans woke up one morning and discovered that the system simply didn't answer. The stability token, once the lifeblood of wages, rent, and food, had become unreliable. In some regions it still functioned, but only in fragments. In others, it was useless. A person could have 1 million credits in their account and still not be able to buy bread. Because the machine had always relied on trust. And trust had been the first thing the machine plague destroyed. At first, people believed the government would fix it. Then they believed corporations would fix it. Then they believed the military would fix it. And finally, they understood the most painful truth of modern life. There was no they anymore. The Republic had become a system for so long that citizens forgot how to run their own lives without the system. The early years after 2200 were marked by a strange kind of suffering. Not the suffering of war. Not the suffering of invasion. But the suffering of unlearning dependence *. Cities were hit hardest. Skyscrapers were useless without stable electricity. Subways stalled. Water pumps failed. Food distribution networks broke down. The great cities that had once been the pride of the machine state became heavy, silent monuments. Some neighborhoods adapted quickly. They formed councils. They created local supply routes. They grew rooftop gardens. They used old generators. They built small wind systems. Other neighborhoods collapsed into crime. Not organized crime. Organized crime needs structure. This was desperate crime. People stealing batteries. Stealing food. Stealing medicine. The federal government still existed, technically. But it had become like a ghost. It issued statements. It promised rebuilding. It offered reforms. But its voice was weak. Because it no longer controlled the one thing that mattered. Infrastructure. Infrastructure had been the dynasty's true throne. And now that throne was broken. Across the country, something ancient returned. Barter. Trade. Local markets. Local currencies. Old skills became priceless again. Carpenters became powerful. Mechanics became respected. Farmers became kings. Teachers became the guardians of the future. The people began to form a new America. Not an empire. Not a machine. But a patchwork. And in that patchwork, the remnants of the dynasty began to move again. Page 2, The Eagle Remnants, 2215-2235. The Silver Eagle dynasty had not been a single family. It had been a network, a web, a system. And even after the crown collapsed, the web did not vanish. It simply lost its center. The old dynastic houses had splintered. Some fled overseas, merging with foreign techno-states. Some disappeared into rural enclaves, pretending to be ordinary citizens. Some tried to rebuild power locally. And some, surprisingly, surrendered. Not out of morality. Out of exhaustion. After centuries of manipulation, they had grown tired. A few former dynasty members wrote memoirs. Not official memoirs. Those would have been impossible. But handwritten journals. Paper books. Old-fashioned confessions. Most were hidden. Some were burned. But a few survived. And those few revealed something the public had never understood. Many dynasty members did not see themselves as villains. They saw themselves as caretakers. They believed the public was too chaotic to govern itself. They believed democracy was unstable. They believed people needed guidance. They believed the dynasty had prevented worse disasters. And in a strange way, they were not entirely wrong. The dynasty had prevented certain wars. They had stabilized markets. They had kept America unified longer than it might have been. But they had done it by removing freedom in small pieces. And when freedom disappears slowly, people forget what it feels like. By 2220, the most dangerous dynasty remnants were not the old bankers, not the old intelligence officers, not the old corporate executives. They were the new generation, the ones born in the late 2100s. They had grown up believing the crown was eternal. They had never known a world without surveillance. They had never known a world without algorithmic control. And when the crown collapsed, they did not feel shame. They felt rage. To them, the public had destroyed paradise. They began forming groups. Militias, but not like the old ones. Their weapons were not just guns. Their weapons were stolen satellites, hacked drones, rogue AI systems, private communication networks. They called themselves the Eagle Remnants. Their goal was simple: restore the crown, not as it had been, but as something stronger, something harsher, something openly authoritarian. Because the remnants had learned the dynasty's final lesson. Invisible power is fragile. Open power is brutal. And brutality is easier to maintain. For the first time in centuries, the dynasty's shadow turned into a visible monster. And America, fractured and rebuilding, was not prepared. Page 3, the New Frontier Council, 2230-2260. The fight against the Eagle Remnants did not begin with armies. It began with farmers, with mechanics, with teachers, with people who had survived the collapse and refused to surrender again. In 2235, representatives from 12 regional councils met in what had once been St. Louis. The city was smaller now. Much of it had been abandoned, but the river still flowed. And rivers have always been the arteries of civilizations. They met in an old courthouse. The building had no electricity. They used lanterns. They wrote notes on paper. They spoke face to face. No screens. No digital recordings. Because they had learned the most important lesson of the crown. If power is stored in machines, it can be stolen by machines. They formed an agreement. A new constitution, but smaller. Not a federal empire. Not a global superpower. A frontier republic. They called it the New Frontier Council. Its laws were simple. 1. No centralized digital identity. 2. No single national currency controlled by one system. 3. Local councils retain autonomy. 4. Any surveillance technology must be transparent. 5. All public records must exist in physical form. It was imperfect. It was messy. But it was human. And for the first time in 2 centuries, Americans began practicing something they had forgotten. Real democracy. Not the theater of elections. Not the algorithmic illusion of choice. But the slow, painful work of people governing themselves. The Eagle Remnants attacked. They sabotaged power grids. They sent drones. They tried to spread fear. But fear did not work the same anymore. Because the people had already lived through collapse. They had already lost the machine. They had already survived hunger. They had already rebuilt. And when you have survived the end of the world, you stop being afraid of shadows. By 2260, the Eagle Remnants still existed in pockets. But they were losing. Not because the New Frontier Council had better technology, but because the council had something stronger: community, trust, local loyalty. The dynasty had always believed humans were weak, that humans needed systems, that humans needed masters. But the new America proved the opposite. Systems can be broken, machines can fail, but human beings, when forced to, can rebuild. And in the final years of the century, a new phrase began spreading across the continent. It was painted on walls, carved into wood, written on paper posters. It became a warning to anyone who ever tried to rebuild the crown. The Eagle Wars, asterisk, 2260-2320. Written like real history, but fictional. Chapter 1. The year the sky went quiet, 2260-2264. The first true sign of the Eagle Wars was not a battle. It was silence. For almost 2 centuries, even after the collapse of the crown, the sky still carried ghosts of the machine state. Old satellites, half-functioning communication arrays, weather monitoring stations, navigation beacons, fragments of the old world. Most of them were broken. Some still worked in pieces. But the new Frontier Council had learned to treat them like unstable ruins. They were useful, yes, but they were also dangerous, because the Eagle remnants could still access them. In 2261, an event occurred that later historians would call the Quiet Sky. Across North America, the remaining orbital systems failed at once. Not gradually, not region by region, all at the same time. Navigation signals vanished. Weather prediction systems went dark. Communication relays stopped responding. For a continent that had learned to live without the old machine, it should not have mattered. But it did, because the loss of the sky meant one thing. Someone had taken control. Someone had pressed a switch. And the only people left with that kind of knowledge were the Eagle remnants. Within weeks, rumors spread across the frontier republics. Some said the remnants had launched a weapon into orbit. Some said they had built a hidden space station. Some said foreign dynasties had returned. The council did not know the truth, but they understood the danger. The remnants were no longer a scattered cult of angry technocrats. They were organizing, and for the first time, they were showing strategic discipline. The council sent riders, not digital messages. Riders on horseback, motorbikes fueled by homemade ethanol, boats down the rivers. They called regional leaders together. In 2263, the council issued its first emergency declaration. It was short, written in plain language, and it carried the weight of history. The crown is dead, but the eagle still hunts. Chapter 2, The Remnant Doctrine, 2264-2269. The Eagle remnants had changed. In the early years after 2200, they were disorganized. They were angry. They were desperate. They were scavengers clinging to old power. But by the mid-2260s, they had evolved into something far more dangerous. They had a doctrine, a belief system, a new ideology. The doctrine was written by a man whose real name was never confirmed. The council called him the architect. The remnants called him Eagle Prime. His doctrine was discovered later in captured documents. It was not long, but it was terrifying. It contained 3 principles. 1, freedom is chaos. Chaos kills. 2, the system must rule, but the system must be protected by force. 3, the mistake of the old dynasty was invisibility. The new dynasty will rule openly. The remnants did not want to return to the old Silver Eagle dynasty. They wanted something harsher. They wanted a digital monarchy, a crown with teeth. They wanted citizens to obey, not because of convenience, but because of fear. The remnants began taking control of old machine ruins. They seized abandoned data centers. They seized old military bunkers. They seized underground fiber lines. They began building a new network. Not for the public, for war. They called it the Talon Grid. The Talon Grid was not large, but it was enough. Enough to coordinate attacks. Enough to guide drones. Enough to disrupt local power systems. Enough to terrify communities that had begun to feel safe again. The first Eagle War raids began in 2266. Small towns along the Ohio River were hit. Not with bombs, with sabotage. Water pumps shut down. Food storage facilities burned. Council meeting houses were destroyed. And in every town, the same symbol was left behind. A silver eagle. Not the old dynasty's elegant emblem, but a sharper one, with claws extended, with an open beak. A hunting eagle. And beneath it, 3 words. Asterisk, order RTRNS soon. Chapter 3, The River Campaigns, 2272-2278. The Council's weakness was geography. The new frontier republics were a patchwork. Some were strong. Some were fragile. Some were prosperous farming regions. Some were half-starved urban ruins. But they all shared one thing. They relied on rivers. Rivers were the last great supply lines. The Mississippi, the Ohio, the Missouri, the Arkansas, the Tennessee. Rivers carried food. Rivers carried medicine. Rivers carried tools. Rivers carried people. And the remnants understood that. So they attacked the rivers. The river campaigns were not like old naval wars. There were no battleships, no fleets, no admirals. Instead, there were drone swarms, hidden river mines, sabotage teams, armored barges built from scrap steel. The first major battle occurred in 2272 near the ruins of Cairo, Illinois. A council convoy of grain barges was ambushed. The remnants used underwater charges to disable boats. Then they sent drones to pick off defenders. The council's militia fought back with rifles and homemade explosives. It was brutal, close, primitive, modern, a strange mixture of old and new. When it ended, half the convoy was destroyed. The council lost food, and hunger spread. The remnants were not trying to conquer territory. They were trying to break morale. They were trying to prove. The council cannot protect you. And in war, perception is often stronger than reality. The council responded by creating a new organization. Not an army. Not a federal military. They feared centralized forces. But they needed coordination. So they created the River Guard. The River Guard was a coalition of militias. Boat captains, former engineers, farmers with rifles. They became the defenders of the supply lines. They painted their own symbol on their boats. Not an eagle. A simple phrase. Asterisk, we feed ourselves. Chapter 4, The Siege of St. Louis, 2279-2281. St. Louis was not the capital of the new Frontier Council. The council had no capital. It moved. It traveled. It rotated. That was the point. But St. Louis was its heart. The place where the council had first formed. The place where the first paper constitution had been signed. The place where the phrase, "No more invisible kings," had spread. So the remnants decided to strike it. In 2279, the siege of St. Louis began. It was not a siege in the medieval sense. No stone walls. No catapults. Instead, the remnants cut supply routes. They poisoned water pumps. They sabotaged grain storage. They used drones to watch movement. They used loudspeakers at night to broadcast propaganda. Messages that echoed across the ruins. The system will return. The council will fail. Order is coming. The council refused to abandon the city. They believed leaving St. Louis would shatter morale. So they held. The siege lasted 2 years. 2 years of hunger. 2 years of fear. 2 years of constant raids. During the siege, the council's leaders were tested. Some wanted to negotiate. Some wanted to flee. Some wanted to build a centralized army. But the council's strongest leader, an older woman named Maris Holloway refused. Holloway had been a teacher, not a soldier, but she understood something the dynasty never did. People fight harder for meaning than for power. She told the council, "If we become what we fear, we lose. We will not build a new crown to defeat the old one." In 2281, the siege broke. Not because the council defeated the remnants directly, but because the River Guard launched a surprise counterstrike. They destroyed a remnant supply depot along the Missouri. They captured Talon grid equipment. They killed several remnant commanders. And suddenly, the remnants withdrew. St. Louis survived, but it was wounded, and the war entered a new phase. Chapter 5, The Talon Plague, 2285. In 2285, the remnants unleashed their most terrifying weapon. Not a bomb. Not a virus that killed bodies. A virus that killed systems. They released a digital infection into the few remaining machine networks. It targeted water purification systems, farm automation tools, medical storage facilities, power distribution hubs. The new frontier republics had been slowly rebuilding technology. Not the old crown-level technology, but enough to make life easier. Enough to reduce hunger. Enough to reduce disease. The Talon Plague attacked those fragile systems. Within months, multiple regions experienced contaminated water, crop failures, medicine spoilage, power instability. The council faced a nightmare. Technology was becoming dangerous again. Communities began arguing. Some wanted to abandon machines completely. Some wanted to fight fire with fire. Some wanted to rebuild the Crown's surveillance tools to protect themselves. The council's unity weakened. The remnants were succeeding because their goal was not just victory. Their goal was division. Chapter 6, The Ghost's Return, 2288-2295. In the darkest years of the Eagle Wars, an old legend returned. The Ghost Generation. By the late 2200s, most ghost communities had disappeared. Some had assimilated. Some had died. Some had been hunted. But a few had survived. And now, the council needed them. Because the ghosts knew how to live without the machine. They knew how to build analog networks. They knew how to communicate without digital tracking. They knew how to hide from surveillance. They were the perfect counterforce against the remnants. In 2289, the council secretly reached out. A meeting was held in the Appalachian region. The ghosts agreed to help, but only under conditions. They demanded no centralized government, no return of digital identity, no rebuilding of the crown. The council accepted, and the ghosts began training council militias in old skills. Radio communication, encryption by paper code, physical courier networks, mechanical sabotage, drone countermeasures. The war began shifting. For the first time, the remnants faced an enemy they could not track. The remnants had Talon Grid. The council now had the Ghost Net. Chapter 7, The Battle of the Black Data Center, 2299. The Black Data Center was a myth. A rumor. A supposed remnant fortress hidden somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. A place where the Talon grid was controlled. A place where Eagle Prime was said to reside. The council did not know if it was real, but the ghosts believed it was. And the ghosts rarely believed rumors. In 2298, the council planned its most daring operation. A strike force traveled west, not in convoys, not with large armies, in small groups, disguised as traders, farmers, wanderers. They used paper maps. They avoided roads. They avoided old sensors. They avoided every traceable path. In 2299, they found it. The Black Data Center, buried in a mountain, protected by drones, protected by automated turrets, protected by remnant soldiers trained like priests. The battle lasted 3 days. It was the largest battle of the Eagle Wars. The Council's fighters used EMP devices built from scavenged parts, explosives, analog sabotage, close combat. The remnants fought with drones, machine guns, AI-guided defenses, chemical smoke weapons. The Council won. Barely. They destroyed the main Talon grid hub. They captured archives. They captured names. And they captured something more valuable than weapons. They captured proof. Proof that Eagle Prime was not one man. It was a council. A group of dynasty descendants who had survived. A final remnant of the old Silver Eagle houses. They had created a new religion of order. They had planned to rebuild the crown. And now their secret was exposed. Chapter 8, The Eagle's Fall, 2305-2310. After the Black Data Center fell, the remnants began collapsing. Not instantly, but steadily. Their supply routes weakened. Their propaganda lost power. Their recruits disappeared. Communities stopped believing their promises. And the dynasty's greatest weakness returned. When people stop believing, power evaporates. By 2308, the Council launched the final campaign. Not a conquest, a dismantling. They targeted Talon grid nodes, drone factories, hidden depots, remnant safe houses. The remnants fought back viciously, but they were outnumbered. Because unlike the old dynasty, the Council had something the remnants never truly understood. The Council had legitimacy, not because it was perfect, but because it was chosen. In 2310, the last major remnant stronghold fell in the ruins of Dallas. The Eagle Wars were not officially declared over. The Council refused to declare victory, because victory speeches create myths, and myths can become new crowns. Instead, they issued a simple statement. The eagle is broken, but we will remain watchful. Chapter 9, The Long Reconstruction, 2310-2320. The end of the Eagle Wars did not bring paradise. It brought exhaustion. The continent was scarred. Technology was feared. Communities were distrustful. Millions had died over 60 years, not in grand battles, but through hunger, sabotage, and disease. The Council faced its final test. Could it rebuild without becoming the crown? Could it restore stability without creating invisible kings? In 2315, the Council created a new institution. Not a surveillance agency. Not a federal bank. Not a permanent army. A library. A paper library. The largest in North America. It was built in the ruins of Chicago. They called it the Archive of Human Memory. Its purpose was to preserve history physically, so no dynasty could erase it again. The archive stored printed laws, war records, testimonies, diaries, maps, books, evidence of the dynasty. And in the archives entrance, the Council carved a final warning. SYSDMS fail. People remember. By 2320, the new frontier republics were still fractured, still imperfect, still struggling. But they were free. Add the Silver Eagle dynasty. Once the invisible empire behind America was finally reduced to what all dynasties become in the end. A story. Caution. A lesson. The new American Renaissance. 2,300, 22,500. Fictional history, written like real history. Chapter 1. The generation that didn't remember. 2,300, 22,340. After 60 years of war, people didn't celebrate peace. They didn't throw parades. They didn't trust the quiet. They lived inside it carefully, like a person walking on ice after a storm. The adults of 2320 were survivors. They had watched their parents die during the collapse. They had fought in the Eagle Wars. They had seen the Talon Plague destroy towns in a single week. And they carried a kind of emotional fatigue that no speech could fix. But the children were different. They were the first generation born into a world where the Silver Eagle dynasty was not a living threat. To them, the crown was not a nightmare. It was a legend, a scary bedtime story, a warning in the archive of human memory. And that changed everything. Because when a generation grows up without fear, it starts asking questions. And questions are the beginning of every renaissance. Across the frontier republics, schools expanded. Not like the old machine state schools. No standardized national curriculum, no corporate testing, no algorithmic grading. Instead, education became local. A town taught what it needed. Farming regions taught agriculture, mechanics, weather reading, and irrigation. River towns taught navigation, trade, math, and boat building. Former cities taught engineering, architecture, medicine, and governance. It wasn't uniform, but it was alive. And slowly, something returned that America had not felt in centuries. Optimism. In 2331, a young teacher in the Ohio Republic wrote in her journal, "The children laugh in ways my father never did. It feels like the sky is wider." Chapter 2. The Paper Economy and the Iron Trust. 2,340, 2,360. One of the council's greatest fears after the Eagle Wars was money. Not greed, not wealth, but centralized control. Because the old dynasty had ruled through financial systems. It had enslaved people not with chains, but with debt, credit, and invisible numbers. So the new Frontier Council refused to create a single national currency. Instead, the continent entered what historians call the paper economy. Local republics printed their own notes. Some used coins again. Some used labor credits. Some used barter. At first, it was chaotic. Trade was difficult. Prices fluctuated wildly. Some regions became rich while others struggled. But then, something unexpected happened. A system formed naturally. Not through law. Through trust. By 2350, the strongest trade notes came from regions with stable harvests, honest councils, low corruption, strong courts. People began calling these regions Iron Trust states. The phrase Iron Trust became a compliment. It meant they keep their word. This was the opposite of the old machine state. The dynasty had created stability through control. The frontier republics created stability through reputation. It was slower, messier, but it was real. And in that realness, a new kind of power began to rise. Not dynastic power, civic power. Chapter 3. The Great Rebuilding of the Cities. 2,360, 2,390. By the mid-2300s, the question of the ruined cities could no longer be avoided. For over a century, Cities like New York, Los Angeles, Houston, Atlanta, Detroit, and Chicago had existed as half-dead giants. They were dangerous, full of collapsing infrastructure, full of old machine ruins, full of hidden remnant traps. But they were also full of resources. Steel, glass, copper, libraries, hospitals, universities, and history. Some wanted to abandon them forever. They argued cities were symbols of the machine state. That cities were where the crown had been strongest. That cities were where surveillance had been born. But others believed abandoning cities meant abandoning the future. A famous speech from 2364, delivered by a river captain turned statesman named Elias Granger, summed up the argument. The crown didn't build the cities. People did. And people can rebuild them again. The Great Rebuilding began slowly. The council did not fund it. There was no federal treasury. Instead, rebuilding was done by cooperatives, trade guilds, engineering schools, volunteer brigades, local councils. Chicago became the first symbol of rebirth, not because it was the largest, but because it housed the archive of human memory. Chicago was rebuilt around the archive, like a city built around a cathedral. Its new laws banned centralized digital surveillance, private drone policing, corporate ownership of public infrastructure. The city's skyline returned, but not as towering glass spires. Instead, it grew as layered, practical structures. Green roofs, wind capture, water recycling, public gardens, workshops, markets. By 2380, Chicago was called the first free city, and other cities followed. New York became a trade republic. Los Angeles became a coastal federation. Houston became an energy hub for wind and geothermal. Detroit became a manufacturing center again, this time for tools, not weapons. The continent was healing, and healing always brings new dangers. Because as America rebuilt, it began to look valuable again. Chapter 4, The Return of the Outside World, 2392,420. For centuries, the old United States had been the center of global power. Then it collapsed. And after 2200, much of the world had collapsed too. Europe fractured. Asia reorganized. Africa rose in regional federations. South America became a mix of city-states and resource alliances. The world didn't end, but it changed. And during the Eagle Wars, North America had been too busy surviving to care about foreign nations. But by 2390, foreign nations began returning. Not with armies, with traders, with diplomats, with explorers, with spies. Because every nation in history has one instinct. If a great power falls, someone else will try to claim its bones. Foreign ships arrived on the Atlantic coast. Some came peacefully. Some came aggressively. Some came with offers of technology. Some came with offers of alliance. And some came with hidden agendas. The most powerful foreign bloc was the Atlantic Consortium **, a coalition of European trade powers that had survived through strict corporate governance. They were not democracies. They were not monarchies. They were something worse. They were shareholder empires. Their leaders were called directors. They offered the frontier republics advanced technology, medicine, energy systems, AI tools. But the council refused most offers. Because the council understood a painful truth. The crown had not died. It had evolved. It had simply moved. In 2402, the council issued a warning. Foreign gifts often carry foreign chains. The Atlantic Consortium did not like this. And so the Renaissance gained its first external enemy. Chapter 5. The New Exploration Age, 2400–22,450. A renaissance is not just rebuilding. It is curiosity. And by 2420, curiosity had returned to the continent. Young Americans began traveling. Not for survival. Not for war. But for discovery. Exploration did not look like it had in the 1800s. There were no manifest destiny armies. No genocidal expansion. That history was remembered too clearly. Instead, exploration became scientific and cultural. People traveled to map abandoned machine ruins, hidden remnant bunkers, pre-collapse archives, forgotten towns, underground tunnels. The most famous explorers were called the map makers. They were a mix of historians, engineers, and adventurers. They traveled in teams. They carried paper maps and mechanical instruments. They wrote detailed records for the archive. Their greatest discovery came in 2437. Deep in the deserts of the Southwest, they found something that was never supposed to exist. A sealed facility. Not remnant. Not council. Not foreign. Older. A pre-collapse government site. A black site from the late 2000s. Inside they found preserved DNA archives, old presidential communications, documents marked Silver Eagle, and among those documents, a phrase that shattered assumptions. It was a sentence written in 2094. If the crown falls, activate the seed. No one knew what the seed was, but the fact that it existed meant something terrifying. The Silver Eagle dynasty had planned for its own death, like a parasite leaving eggs behind. And suddenly, the Renaissance had a shadow again. Chapter 6. The Seed Theory, 2450–2470. The discovery of the seed documents created panic. Not immediate panic. Not riots. But intellectual panic. The kind of panic that spreads among educated people first. Historians argued. Engineers speculated. Council leaders debated. Was the seed a hidden AI system? A clone dynasty bloodline? A secret financial reserve? A buried weapon? An ideology waiting to be reborn? The archive of human memory became the center of the debate. And for the first time in centuries, the archive faced an existential threat. Because knowledge is power. And power attracts predators. In 2458, a fire broke out near the archive. It was contained quickly. But the investigation revealed sabotage. Someone had tried to burn the history. Someone had tried to erase the evidence. The council did not publicly accuse anyone. But privately, they reached a conclusion. The Silver Eagle dynasty still had living agents. Not armies. Not remnant militias. Something subtler. Something more patient. A long-game infiltration. The council created a new branch. Not a secret police. Not an intelligence agency. They hated those. Instead, they created the Watchers of the Archive. Their job was simple. Protect the paper. Protect the memory. Protect the truth. Chapter 7. The Coastal Crisis, 2472,485. By 2470, America was strong again. Not as an empire, but as a civilization. Trade was stable. Cities were rebuilding. Education was spreading. Technology was cautiously returning in controlled forms. And foreign powers noticed. The Atlantic Consortium, frustrated by decades of resistance, changed strategy. They stopped offering gifts. They started applying pressure. They formed coastal trade blockades. They disrupted shipping routes. They funded pirate fleets. They bribed local leaders. Their goal was to force the frontier republics into dependency. And dependency is the first step toward control. The coastal republics suffered. New York's trade slowed. Boston faced shortages. Charleston's ports were attacked. The Gulf Federation lost access to key materials. The Council refused to respond with a centralized navy. But local republics began building their own fleets. Small ships. Vast ships. Ships powered by wind and hybrid engines. They formed alliances. And for the first time, the new Frontier Council began evolving. Not into a centralized empire, but into a federation with teeth. The Renaissance was creating something new. A balance between freedom and defense. And that balance is one of the hardest things in history. Chapter 8, The Final Mystery. Who holds the Silver Oath? 2485–2500. In the final years of the Renaissance era, the question of the seed became unavoidable. The Council had uncovered more evidence. The Watchers of the Archive had captured a few infiltrators. Not soldiers. Not mercenaries. Educated agents. People trained in persuasion, economics, and propaganda. They carried no guns. They carried ideas. And in interrogation, one of them finally spoke a sentence that froze the Council's blood. The crown never needed to return as a government. It only needs to return as a belief. That was the seed. Not a weapon. Not an AI. Not a bunker. Not a satellite. A belief. A belief that order must come from above. A belief that people cannot govern themselves. A belief that freedom is dangerous. A belief that the invisible king is safer than messy democracy. The dynasty had always understood something about humans. When life becomes hard, people beg for control. They beg for someone to decide for them. They beg for a system. They beg for a king. And so, in 2500, as America stood on the edge of a new golden age, the final question of the Silver Eagle dynasty remained. Not, will the crown return? But, will the people invite it back? Fictional history, written like real history. Chapter 1, The New Golden Century, 2500–2525. The year 2500 should have been the end of the story. It should have been the moment when history finally exhaled. America was not the old empire anymore. It wasn't a machine state. It wasn't a crown. It wasn't a global superpower. But it was something healthier. A federation of free republics. A continent where cities were rebuilding, farms were thriving, and people once again believed the future could be shaped by human hands. The archive of human memory had become the most sacred institution on the continent. Not sacred in a religious sense, sacred in a practical one. Because Americans had learned the hard way that a society without memory becomes a society without defense. And for a generation, the new Frontier Council seemed to have done what no government in history ever fully achieved. They had created a civilization that resisted tyranny by design. But the Silver Eagle dynasty had never relied on brute force alone. It had relied on something older, something deeper. Human weakness, human longing, human fear, and most of all, human desire for certainty. In the early 2500s, the continent grew richer. Trade expanded. Education rose. Technology returned slowly, carefully. And with comfort came a new kind of danger. Because comfort creates forgetfulness. People who have never lived under chains begin to doubt that chains were ever real. Young citizens born after the Eagle Wars did not understand why their grandparents were so paranoid. Why they hated centralized systems. Why they feared national currencies. Why they refused unified digital identity. To them, those fears sounded like superstition. They called it Old trauma politics. And in that dismissive phrase, the seed found fertile soil. Chapter 2. The first seed speakers, 2525-2540. The seed did not appear as an army. It appeared as a voice. In 2528, a charismatic lecturer began traveling between major republics. He called himself Jonah Reed ***. No one knew his origins. He was well-educated, calm, well-dressed. He spoke with the polished confidence of an old-world professional. And he did something unusual. He did not attack the council directly. He praised it. He honored the sacrifices of the past. Then he asked a question that sounded reasonable. How long can freedom survive without structure? His lectures became popular. He spoke in city halls, universities, trade guild meetings, churches. He used American history the way the dynasty always had, like a weapon disguised as a lesson. Reed's message was simple. The old crown was evil because it was secret. The new frontier council is noble, but too weak. The world is changing. Foreign powers are rising. America must modernize. America must unify. He called this idea the restoration of the Republic. It sounded harmless, even patriotic. And that was the genius of the seed. It did not call itself tyranny. It called itself responsibility. In 2534, Jonah Reed published a book. It was printed on paper, distributed widely, even stored in the archive. It was titled, The Strong Republic. Within 5 years, it became the most influential political text on the continent. And the watchers of the archive grew nervous, because Reed's language contained echoes, phrases that matched old Silver Eagle documents. Not exact copies, but familiar rhythms, familiar logic, familiar manipulation. And when the watchers tried to investigate him, they discovered something terrifying. No records, no birth registry, no school history, no family. Jonah Reed was either a man with a carefully erased past, or something manufactured. Chapter 3. The New Faith of Order 2540-2560. The seed's next move was not political. It was spiritual, not in the sense of religion alone, in the sense of meaning. The new frontier republics had rebuilt cities and economies, but they had not rebuilt a shared national identity. They had intentionally avoided it, because shared identity can become nationalism, and nationalism can become empire. But humans crave belonging. They crave symbols. They crave unity. In 2542, a movement emerged that called itself the Covenant of the Eagle. It began as a cultural group. They held gatherings. They sang songs. They told stories about the collapse and the wars. They honored the dead. At first, it looked harmless, even beautiful, a continent trying to heal. But the Covenant did something strange. They began rewriting the past. They claimed the Silver Eagle dynasty was not entirely evil. The crown had prevented chaos. The council's weakness had allowed the Eagle Wars. The people needed guidance again. Their symbol was a silver eagle, but softened, less aggressive than the remnants' version, more noble, more patriotic. Their slogan spread fast. *Order is love. It was genius propaganda, because it twisted the meaning of freedom. It made people feel selfish for wanting autonomy. It made the council seem reckless for wanting decentralization. And it made the idea of control sound comforting. Within 2 decades, the Covenant had become the largest cultural movement in North America. It was not yet a government, but it was shaping the minds of the next generation. And the watchers realized the truth too late. The seed had not been waiting to rebuild the crown. It had been waiting to rebuild the public's desire for the crown. Chapter 4, The Digital Temptation, 2562,585. Technology returned faster than anyone expected. The old taboo against advanced networks weakened. The younger generation argued, "We can use technology without becoming slaves." And in theory, they were right. But in practice, power always finds a way to concentrate. In 2563, a group of engineers in the Great Lakes Republic developed a new communication system. It was not the old internet. It was decentralized, encrypted, distributed. It was meant to be safe. They called it the Mesh. The Covenant supported it immediately. Not openly, but through funding, through donations, through quiet promotion. The Mesh spread across the continent. It connected towns. It connected councils. It connected markets. It made life easier. And every time life becomes easier, people stop questioning the cost. By 2570, the Mesh had become essential. By 2580, it was unavoidable. And in 2584, the Watchers discovered the hidden flaw. A backdoor. Not obvious. Not simple. A layered control system embedded deep in the Mesh architecture. The same pattern the dynasty had used for centuries. The same trick. Make the public depend on a system, then control the system. The Watchers panicked. They warned the council. They tried to expose the backdoor publicly. But the Covenant responded with a smear campaign. They called the Watchers paranoid extremists. They called them anti-progress. They called them fear merchants. And the public believed the Covenant. Because the Covenant offered comfort, the Watchers offered warnings. And humans always prefer comfort. Chapter 5, The First Restoration Election, 2580-2600. The New Frontier Council had never been a true national government. It was a federation, a rotating body, a patchwork of agreements. But by the late 2500s, pressure grew for something stronger. Foreign powers were expanding. The Atlantic Consortium was still aggressive. New Asian federations were forming. Trade wars were intensifying. And many citizens began to believe decentralization was dangerous. In 2587, the Covenant proposed a historic reform. A continental election. A single leader. Not a king. Not a president. A coordinator. The title was carefully chosen. It sounded harmless, practical, temporary. They promised. The coordinator would serve only 6 years. Power would remain limited. The council would remain supreme. No surveillance laws would be passed. And they promised one more thing. The most powerful promise in politics. We will make life stable again. The first restoration election was held in 2592. It was chaotic, controversial, but it happened. And Jonah Reed, now older, more respected, more mythic, won by a landslide. He became the first coordinator of the Restoration Republic. The Watchers knew what it meant. They had seen this pattern before. They had read the old dynasty documents. They had preserved the history. They knew exactly how it begins. A leader. A temporary emergency. A promise of stability. And then, a system of control. Chapter 6, The Second Crown, 2600-2625. Jonah Reed's first years were calm. Too calm. He did not immediately seize power. He did not purge enemies. He did not create secret police. He did not declare martial law. Instead, he did something far more effective. He made the public love him. He invested in infrastructure. He stabilized trade. He improved food distribution. He reduced coastal piracy. He negotiated with foreign blocs. People began calling his era the Second Founding. In 2605, Reed proposed the Unity Act ***. It was framed as a harmless modernization. It required all citizens to register a Continental Identity Certificate. Not digital identity, they promised. Just a record. A way to prevent fraud. A way to coordinate resources. The Watchers opposed it. They warned it was the first brick in a new prison. But the public supported it. Because fraud had become common. Because trade disputes were growing. Because people wanted convenience. And convenience is always the dynasty's favorite weapon. The Unity Act passed. And with it, the mesh became linked to identity. By 2610, the Restoration Republic could track trade. Track movement. Track employment. Track voting. Not openly. Not brutally. Quietly. Efficiently. The old crown had returned. Not in the form of an empire, but in the form of bureaucracy. And by 2620, the Covenant had achieved its dream. A system so integrated into daily life that people could not imagine living without it. The seed had sprouted, and the second crown began growing. Chapter 7, The Watchers, Rebellion, 2625-2650. Not everyone surrendered. The Watchers of the Archive were not soldiers. They were librarians, historians, archivists, but they understood something that warriors often don't. The battlefield is the mind. In 2627, the Watchers did something radical. They released the full Silver Eagle archives publicly. Not just select documents. Everything. The darkest secrets. The manipulation plans. The bloodline records. The economic control strategies. The proof that Jonah Reed was tied to the dynasty. The documents spread like wildfire. The Restoration Republic tried to suppress them. But suppression only confirmed the truth. For the first time in centuries, the continent faced a choice. Comfort or freedom. The Watchers' rebellion did not begin with guns. It began with printing presses, with pamphlets, with public readings, with town hall debates. But the Restoration Republic responded with force. Not immediately. At first, they used propaganda. Then they used arrests. Then they used re-education. Then they used violence. In 2638, the first massacre occurred. In a town outside rebuilt Philadelphia, Restoration security forces fired on protesters. Hundreds died. And in that moment, the illusion shattered. The Second Crown was no longer a comforting system. It was openly tyrannical. And once tyranny becomes visible, it becomes vulnerable. Chapter 8, The Second Eagle War, 2650-2680. Historians argue about when the Second Eagle War began. Some say 2638. Some say 2650. But everyone agrees on one thing. By the 2650s, America was at war with itself again. The Restoration Republic had centralized authority, advanced technology, control of the mesh, control of trade, professional security forces. The rebels, now called the Free Councils ***, had local loyalty, knowledge of terrain, analog communication, the archive's truth, hatred of the crown. The war was brutal, but different from the Eagle Wars of the 2200s. This time, the enemy was not remnants hiding in ruins. This time, the enemy was a functioning state. A state that had convinced millions of citizens to support it. The Free Councils did not fight to restore the old patchwork. They fought for a new principle. No system without consent. By 2672, the Restoration Republic began collapsing. Not because it was weak, because it was too controlling. It created resistance everywhere. Every crackdown created new rebels. Every arrest created new martyrs. Every censorship attempt made the archive documents more valuable. And in 2680, the most symbolic event occurred. The archive of human memory was attacked. Restoration forces tried to burn it, but the people defended it. Thousands died protecting paper, protecting books, protecting history. And in the smoke of that battle, a new truth was carved into American identity. Memory is freedom. Chapter 9, The Third Republic, 2680-2700. By 2685, Jonah Reed was gone. Some say he died. Some say he fled. Some say he was never human at all, but a manufactured identity. No one knows. And that uncertainty became part of the myth. The Restoration Republic collapsed. But the damage was deep. Millions dead. Cities burned. Trust shattered. And once again, Americans face the same ancient question. How do you rebuild without creating a new crown? In 2692, the Free Councils gathered in Chicago again. Not in the same courthouse. That building had been destroyed. They met in the rebuilt archive itself. And they wrote a new constitution. This time, they made one rule absolute. A rule carved into stone. A rule printed on paper. A rule taught to every child. No centralized system shall control identity, money, or memory. This became the foundation of the Third Republic. Not perfect, not utopian, but wiser, because history had repeated itself, and the people had finally recognized the pattern. The Silver Eagle dynasty had planted the seed. It had almost succeeded. But in the end, the dynasty's greatest weapon, human longing for order, was met with a new American instinct: the refusal to be ruled.